Hello everyone, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We are continuing with Endwalker today. We're starting patch 6.4. Welcome in everybody. We may be starting a little bit earlier than initially planned because I woke up early. I set it as 8 as a buffer because it's been a busy week. It's been a busy stream week. There's been a lot going on. I had a couple of back-to-back streams over the last couple of days. I've had issues. This stream has been delayed. I've been feeling unwell. And I was like, hopefully everything will be fine. And everything is fine. I'm excited to be back playing Final Fantasy XIV. We're doing 6.4 today. We're getting ever closer. We're getting ever closer. I'm very excited for this one. The Dark Throne will continue the story with the Void. After last time, we were doing more of the raid. I hope everyone's been doing well this week. There was a new update to the game, so more story content building up to the release of Evercold next year. We can do this. We can catch up. We can catch up. So thanks to those for joining. Whether or not you're in the stream or in the game. Sometimes I like to just throw a curveball and I'll surprise you. We're going to jump right into it. I mean, the good news today, obviously, is that we're doing story content and not the raid or anything. So it's not a heavy group session. Hurrying Flavor is our level 90. Omega, 'tis good to see you. Have you any news from old Charlene? We've yet to hear from Ishtola regarding her search for a means to return to the Void. I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone in this. Estinian has such an excess of energy that he has been helping to train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero, is something the matter? No. Omega paid us a visit, and so I was apprising him of recent developments, or the lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye, to replenish my ether? That's what we're calling it these days. Gonna go get drunk at the watering hole. I'm replenishing my ether. Would you like to come? A rare but most welcome invitation. Timely too, I might add. I myself was thinking of venturing out into the city. It would be my pleasure to join you. You will accompany us, of course. Was she asking me or you, buddy? Come then. I have an errand to run at the bazaar first. Rashawn, man. Zero was looking at me when she asked if I wanted to come. This man invited himself. $7.56 will be the next and final main quest content, as well as Beastmaster. So that's finally getting put in the game. Guys, my Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. But here's the true question. When can we play as a Numo? So I can be a Numo Beastmaster like Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. That's when the real game begins. How's everything going audio-wise, by the way, chat? I've been trying to increase the sound of my microphone on stream specifically without it being like too much or like peaking. So hopefully that's all good. Dexual Healing is in the house, chat. Dex is here, and Lyra got the gift membership. That was like destiny right there. Thank you so much for that, dude. I miss you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for jumping in. And I'll get back to your message after the stream, because I'm absolutely shocking with my messages. When's Dex getting back on Final Fantasy XIV? By the way. Just so we know, guys, Dex, for the past year at least, has had Warrior of Light in his Discord status. I ain't seen that man play no Final Fantasy XIV, killing no monsters in the last 12 months. Let's get him back in. He's the Warrior of Light on vacation. Yeah, Final Fantasy XII is the most popular introduction to the Vieras over Tactics Advance, just simply because of nothing in particular. Yeah, at this deep into the game, adding a whole new playable race with like the armors and everything. Simple. You make a race that doesn't need armor. We just make like just a hairy beast of a man or woman or them, and they go crazy. They just have hair armor. You don't have to. They don't have any glamours. They don't have any other clothes. They just. That's what we'll get now. We'll just start getting naked, hairy classes that don't need any clothes. It's the most obvious outcome. No, they will be able to customize. They can give themselves hairstyles. All right, focus. If you would gauge the city's prosperity, there is no surer way than to visit the bazaar and observe the people. This I learned from Ahawan and his predecessors. I'm picking up some more spice. Maride told me to do so before my next visit. Mistress Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters know we Harnish are fond of spicy food, but I doubt any of us could keep up with her. With just the spices they normally have on hand, the Mayhane can't quite satisfy her, which is why I'm happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. Now then, variety being the spice of life, perhaps you'd like to choose something extra to blend with Mistress Zero's usual? It'll help to keep things interesting, what do you say? Fine by me. You can appreciate the nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can, I expect. A selection of spice. A colorful array of spices. The lustrous crimson, the aromatic black corns, the little red husks, and the coarse yellow flakes. Which one of these is the, what is it called? Which one of these is the... Hang on, I want to look this up so I don't get it wrong. Yeah, which one of these is the Carolina Reaper? That's the one. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, you got any Carolina Reapers in here? I think Zero would love to try one of those. There's gonna be one that I grab, and it's gonna... And let me get something a little chill. I reckon that it's gonna be like... It'll be misleading, you know. I'm gonna go for the lustrous crimson powder instead of the, you know, coarse, rough, and irritating yellow flakes. Red husks might be the spiciest, yeah. The black corns might just be literally be pepper. Bright red in color, this powder is hot just to look at. It will likely induce a healthy sweat when consumed. Oh, it gives us a description for each. These corns tickle your nose with their pungent yet enticing aroma. One can imagine them lending dishes an appetizing accent. These tiny husks give off a citrus-like scent. Perhaps they will imbue dishes with a zesty note. The coarse yellow flakes. They've been grated from a thick root. Their sharp aroma suggests a bracing flavor. Spicy root. I'm going to go with crimson powder. That's what I was going to choose. That's a fine choice, but don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Zero may wish to observe your reaction. It would be considerate to sample the spice in her presence. Ah, here we go. I'm going to have a taste. I gotta organize my inventory. Taste the spice in Zero's presence. You tentatively place some of the spice on your tongue. A veritable blaze engulfs your mouth. Yeah. Your reaction speaks volumes. That will suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mistress Zero, and do give Maride my regards. We have all perished with the spice. Just to repeat myself, just to get some confirmation for my own peace of mind, I haven't had any negative comments on it yet, so it must be fine. Audio, microphone, sounds all good. I've been struggling on stream to have my microphone sound louder than it should without being too crazy. And then sometimes I watch my streams back and I'm just too quiet compared to the game. Alright, cool. Alright, we'll see how we go then. Thank you.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure.
I love that she brings her own.
Now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once. And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps. Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
That I'll have His Excellencies helping. Hey, just have Vitra. We'll crack a window open. Have Vitra rock up. We'll feed him a little through the window, right? I'll have His Excellencies helping. Let's be brave. I have to impress Zero, guys. It's important. I'll have the lot.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
Enough spice for the whole the whole establishment.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzatan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands. All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzatan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world. A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek.
Oh.
What is going on?
What's happening?
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
Oh, by all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
I could really fucking devour a nice garlic naan right now. I'd tell you that much.
It burns! It burns!
Okay, I'm cooked.
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
Relax and enjoy, huh?
I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this. Come, let's replenish our ether.
Right on. I'm gonna die. She's just fine. Everyone died. I lived. A meal worthy of the Warrior of Light. What are we drinking? What is that? Is that some form of iced latte thing with some fruit in it? I don't know. What is that? What is that drink? Is it a little smoothie? Is it a little milkshake? It's got an iced latte vibe, but not with ice. I thought the spices we picked were perfect.
I trust you have eaten your fill. I shall have Marit prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment.
Marid, not Maride.
This hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
Alright, I'll remember that it's Marid. I've been calling it Mayrides, Mayhain. We've just been saying it as it's written. We didn't even have our drink. That's how tough we are with that spice. The spicy curry has left you slightly flushed and set your heart racing. Whatever challenges await, you are ready to face them head on and with feeling. Yeah, I got like a... Oh, man. I could really go for some delicious naan bread. So good, actually. Amra Lassi. So it's like a mango drink. Cool. That would make sense, you know, you have some sort of like dairy to offset the spice. I did not expect so many to take up the challenge, but I'm glad to see everyone enjoying themselves. I'm satisfied. Okay, good, Zero. It's so funny how Zero will take her gloves off to eat, but I think they're maybe unable to remove our gauntlets. We don't mind getting our gloves a little dirty. Welcome back. Master Estinian. Yes, he has returned to his chambers. I shall be happy to escort you. Estinian, we bring you spice.
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
I enter.
Okay. Okay. The fucking sweat drips. Okay, fan service. Just put fan service in big letters on the screen. Look at the detail on his sweat.
Masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
That is fucking hilarious.
Sorry. I prefer my squid dried, but I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks. Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Zero, don't even think about it. No! Zero! Oh no.
Shall we disrobe as well?
No. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
Oh my god, dude. It's either Thancred or Estinian. I can't catch a break.
At last. We've been looking for you.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Orionge's assistance.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the Source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the Source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the Source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Urianger's counsel.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with Harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil. A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage. The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether. After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm. My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the Brand's imprisoning Zodiac. And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
Oh, it's the title card. Right. I'm like, where are we going? The Dark Throne. I felt the title card aura. It was coming. That scene has so much going on. I love that He's like, yeah, this room's beginning to feel a little constrained. Everyone decided to rock up to my room when I was doing my push-ups, my one-handed push-ups. I was expecting Zero, because Zero is very pale, naturally, right? I was expecting Zero to, like, blush and it'd be, like, the most obvious thing because of her face. You just have, like, rose cheeks. But apparently that was just all of us instead. It was so funny. Just, like, I love the detail in the animation of, like, the eye panning down and just looking at the body. Are we all getting naked then? So good. Currying flavor. And by the way, again, I feel like this is such a funny nitpick. But whenever we have a food-related quest and the food-related reward does not match, I feel like that is a mistake. I feel like there should be an option for the food reward to match the quest. It's happened a couple of times. I say, why can't I get the food from the quest? You have no shortage of allies at your disposal. I cannot thank you enough for your constant support. I also agree, by the way, Cast. That was very interesting delivery for Urianger at that time. I was like, I'm pretty sure we all know that it's a dark plot, but just the way to have it described is like, we will foil this dark plot. I was like, you can just call it a plot, man. Like, we know it's dark. It's in the void. Going ham! For fuck's sake. Oh. These fucking quest titles, bro. Going ham. Currying flavor and going ham back to back is crazy work. If one and all are ready, then let us set forth. Our preparations are complete. We have preparations to complete. If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its grown counterpart. It is in the keeping of alchemists of the High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany thee hither, and thence begin our journey. Like, what have we been doing lately? Let's have a look. Yeah, because this is the start of the quest. This is the start. So I feel like... I wonder how long they'll keep this up in 6.4. If every single quest is a food-related pun... We'll see how we go. I think that the wordplay in a lot of quests are always so fun. It's just like so much fun that they have with a lot of references. It's like a lot of the time they'll be quite serious and then they'll just catch you off guard with something. To the High Crucible. And Gebgano. You'll be able to have a good time watching the peak of DMC2 later on, you know. That's not going anywhere. That's there for you when you finish. But this stream is right now. I know everybody is really, like, clamoring to watch Devil May Cry 2 right now. Have I heard of a horror game, Total Chaos? It used to be a Doom 2 mod. I haven't. Maybe I have. Total Chaos game. Like it's its own game now? Yeah. Fort Oasis is no paradise. It's a decaying nightmare where reality crumbles. The creator of Turbo Overkill unleashes survival horror stacked with mysteries and monstrosities. Interesting. I shall add it to a list. I think people who watch my DMC playthrough, they might be surprised. I think people might be surprised. Not just by like how I go through the game and my thoughts on it, but also maybe the game itself. Especially when we get into the Lucia's side of DMC2, because it seems to me that nobody played that one at all. Like, there's already, like, you've got the DMC2, like, pie chart is people that played the game, people that haven't played the game, and then people that have played the game but not Lucia's version. And I think that the not played portion is probably the biggest. And then the played but not Lucia's version, it would be the second biggest. Because I read a lot of comments that people just played and bounced off Dante's side immediately. And all I have to say is look forward to Lucia's version, because it turns out that's where the story is. It's a very unfortunate game, DMC2. After finishing both sides of the story, I can wholeheartedly say that it never should have been split into two pieces like that. It kind of ruined everything. If it was actually one game and you took turns between them across missions, I think that the game would have been better. Not necessarily a good game still, but it would have been much better and would have helped to not confuse so many people in terms of the story, because Dante's side doesn't really have any story. And then when the story pops up, you go, when did that come up? And the answer is in Lucia's story. And it's an unfortunate thing, because it's not a situation where splitting the playthrough in two is actually meaningful. Like, it's not like you play one side and then you get filled in on some extra stuff that enhance the narrative. It's like you get filled in on the core important stuff that you missed because it just wasn't there in Dante's version. And you go, oh, okay. It's very silly. She also plays better as well. So it makes me feel like she was actually almost the focus of the game. But then you kind of shoot yourself in the foot, because everybody's going to play a sequel for Dante. So it's a bit of a silly situation. But I do have some positive takeaways from DMC2, even though it's like pretty clearly not great. But I don't regret my time with it at all. And in fact, I will say here as well that the combat for the series really clicked for me in DMC2. Like I got a really good understanding of how to actually handle like combo extensions and using dodging and ranged weaponry to like keep my combos alive to like then continue fighting, and it felt really satisfying. So it was just more practice with the gameplay. It was very enjoyable. Kate has arrived with pizza in hand. Thank you, Kate. Well, I mean, here's the thing. It seems as if they had 6 months to make DMC2, and, you know, they did what they can in like 4 to 6 months, right? And that's a solid effort. I mean, you could not make that today. Imagine making a game in 4 to 6 months. It's kind of crazy. The best thing about DMC2 is the soundtrack as well. The soundtrack is actually very good. Like it goes so hard. There's a track in there that is so hidden that once I got to it, I was like, I can't believe that this is not just like the main menu theme or something, and it's hidden in like a mode select. Very good soundtrack. If they had like at least a year or an additional year, let's say just like if they even had 12 months, I think that game would have been complete, you know, because this was back in the day where like amazing sequels were literally being released like within a year, which is kind of crazy. Anyway, DMC 1, obviously amazing. DMC 2, not as amazing, but actually still very fun to play. My apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed. Well suited to the work ahead, I doubt not. Allow me to explain Ishtola's plan in greater detail. Urian J is just like, damn, bro. You look hot. He said, nice arms, man. You work out in that thing. As you know, we seek to open a void gate in Mare Lamentorum, that we might gain access to direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish 2 tasks. The first is the procurement of a substantial quantity of ether, and subsequent delivery of it unto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon the land's essence by way of the Telophoroi spires. Such a method, however, doth pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal balance of our world. Thus must we seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. Our second task doth pertain to the use of the Tower of Babel itself. You may recall that this portal unto the moon was placed under the supervision of the Ilsabard contingent. If we would employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe they would not refuse us, so perhaps we should concern ourselves with the ether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye. A likely location doth come to mind. Let us make for the airship landing. There, I shall reveal more. That's also true. We end up where we are as a result of our failures. You know, that's the meaning of life. We fail until we improve, and if we do something that is not so great, maybe the next thing that we do ends up being better as a result. And it feels like that might be DMC3, according to everyone on the planet. So I'm excited for that. We got a full party. Let's go. Let's ditch the story and start doing raids. I think one of the funniest things is, you know, I do like to think, on some level, I have developed a reputation, and obviously, hopefully, a good reputation at that. But that reputation would include my ability to play through a game myself instead of skipping it because I was told to, you know? And we are in 2026. We are in the 6th year of Apocalypse, and I am being told to skip games? And then it's funny because I'll play DMC 2 and people are like, are you gonna skip the DMC reboot? And I'll say, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course I will, because that's just what I do. If I'm playing DMC 2, which seems to be considered the worst of the series, then of course. I'll say, no, I'm actually gonna skip DMC 3 and go straight to 5. I'll skip. Why even bother playing when I should just go to the most recent game, because that'll be the best one, right? And it'll be the best because not because I know the full story, but just because it'll be cool to hit things with my sword. I sometimes come here for the view. It's beautiful. And we know that to be true because I've seen you here when I was on a different quest. I am most keen to know more of Urianger's potential solution. In the worst case, I was prepared to offer one of my eyes, but it seems it will not come to that. Shame that it's raining. Sorry, you're in the Apocalypse stream. Apparently the bad weather curse of Final Fantasy XIV follows me wherever I go. And miss all the lore, exactly, right? And miss all of the lore, crucial element. Hey guys, Metal Gear Solid 5 is my first Metal Gear Solid. What's going on? Who's this guy? Why are there so many snakes, and why do they look the same? I don't get it. Is there any way I could find out? All are present and accounted for. Excellent. We shall travel to Charlayan, and thence seek the nearby Isle of Ham. Near unto the surface of this isle, the rivers of ether converge. The churning energy of this confluence is released by the way of geysers. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by ether harvested from the isle, but as you well know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel. Passage onto Ultima Thule to the very limits of existence was facilitated by naught less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. As such, the Isle of Ham's vast ether deposits remain untouched. We may help ourselves to that energy, provided we are able to secure the Forum's permission. Yet again, with needing permission is nothing straightforward in this world. Such is the nature of politics, I fear, and as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have been officially disbanded, no longer are we a recognized collective, a somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there is a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail, the students of Baldessian. Upon arriving in Charlayan, let us seek our friends at the Annex. You played MGS1 and then MGS4. Ah! You're like, who's this random, who's this Raiden guy? Yeah, basically, at this point, I could put together my own playlist on the channel, which is the sequel curse, which will just be like the playlist of like Dark Souls 2, Dragon Age 2, Devil May Cry 2, all of these lovely 2s. I think that, like, personally, it's not the way that I approach playing a video game series because, obviously, as you can tell, I like to go through a story from the beginning if possible. But it does make sense for a lot of people that they would see, like, maybe not because it's the latest, but because it's the most accessible, you know? And that's a big problem about just video game accessibility in general, is people not having like the console or the means to obtain older games, and maybe a game is really expensive, maybe they don't have a PC for emulation. Like there's just so many things about game preservation where they're like, oh, I'd love to play this game, but unfortunately I can't, and this game is on my console and it looks interesting. So I'm glad that there's at least people that will like play a game series and it has their interest. It's just a shame that sometimes going back is difficult. That's why I do appreciate remasters to an extent when they're like done right, or just, you know, porting games to modern consoles, and remakes do serve a purpose. Again, it depends on what they're remaking. Like if they're gonna remake Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm like, what are we doing? If we're gonna remake The Last of Us, I'm like, what are we doing? You can play the game right now. That's the stuff that comes across as like a really significant waste of resources to me, is if I can play The Last of Us on a PlayStation 5, then how about we do something else, you know? Like, The Last of Us 1, PS3 game, 1 year later was remastered for PS4, and that PlayStation 4 remaster from 2014 can be played on a PlayStation 5 right now, you know? But they had to remake it as part 1. But then, like, they didn't even add the quality of life changes from Last of Us 2, where it was like the, you know, improved traversal and combat and being able to dodge and stuff. Like, that would have been so fucking cool to do, and like ducking under things. Like if they put The Last of Us 2's gameplay in Last of Us 1, I would actually feel a lot better about the concept of that as a remake. I'm like, that's good that you can do that, because you can add on and improve the original experience. But instead, all they've done is they just put like the Last of Us 2 graphics over it. At that point, Naughty Dog, go and remake Jak and Daxter as a gritty, ultra-realistic video game. But no, I'm glad that Naughty Dog are finally doing something new with Intergalactic, so I'm keen for that. But they haven't released a new game in a long time, so hopefully soon. And I think what's really good about this Intergalactic game coming out is we are moving on from the Last of Us era. Just crazy. Like Naughty Dog with Crash Bandicoot, then they move on to Jak and Daxter. They do that, they move on to Uncharted. You know, they get all these games out. They do Last of Us, they do go back and do Uncharted 4. But like in this whole time period, there's been 2 Last of Us games. I'm keen for something else. No, that wasn't what the remake was for. The remake essentially is we wanted the game to like aesthetically and visually look the same as part 2. So it just has like better graphics, but I would say better is maybe a little more subjective, because you'll have people like comparing across the two, and then they start fighting about characters that don't look as good anymore, stuff like that. And people miss a little more of like a stylized look for the PS3 original version, instead of the changes that they made to make it like super high ultra realism. The first Last of Us, like, it's a very good game. It's a very good game. It's a very influential game. As we know, it's one of the very core critical components of why we have a lot of third-person, over-the-shoulder cinematic adventures with maybe a companion. But for good reason. It's a good game. I'm just keen for them to do something new, or anything at all, that isn't a remaster. Anyway. Welcome back, Omega. What brings you here today, and in such colorful company? Greetings, Ojika. On this occasion, we are come to seek the student's assistance in a matter of some urgency. In that case, you want to speak with Cryo. She's in the main hall, sorting through our archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourself in. I love the idea that, the Scions are broken up. We've disbanded, we've gone our separate ways. And now, since doing that, these people cannot let themselves go. They hang out all the time, do a little bit of unofficial Scion business, and they go, oh yes, well it's students of Baldessian business now, isn't it? It is just very humorous. There's always we get some of the group together, we're talking, and then they're like, you know what? They'd really like this. We should go and ask them about it. And we're at a disadvantage now because, we have to keep asking for permission. We're bureaucratically not a group anymore. Just a collection of people. We're just friends hanging out. Can we petition the Charlayan Forum for something again? And they're like, aren't you guys supposed to be broken up? Ah, cool. Our Gleaner returns.
Well now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenville occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see. From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guildship business, but rather... homecoming. But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Far from it. As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us. We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage. To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
You have a knack for finding trouble. If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession. It's true the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission. Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
We are truly grateful.
If I may. According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Harm was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any gleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction. Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charlene Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system. You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the Forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl, and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
And Kryl stands there on her own.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward. A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here? Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
ADHD distraction of like, oh wait, what's this cool thing? It's so funny that with Kryl, at the moment, we just have to say something that's like interesting and mysterious and enticing, and she goes, well, very well. I will commit all of my resources to it. Leave it to me. And I would say that's that statement might not be entirely untrue, Slade. There's definitely like significance with characters that do leave us, and I think that's an important element in regards to like good writing and actually being able to naturally let your characters go instead of like holding on to them or like giving them fake out deaths and then they come back, stuff like that. Like a death of a character can serve a massive, if not greater importance than they did in life. Not to say that they were a bad character in life, but there's like a lot of the times a character's death can be so impactful and motivating that it can significantly change and maybe improve a story as a result in terms of how the characters, you know, respond to that. Instead of like having characters that are there forever, and they get scared to do anything with them that could potentially result in, like, their death or them being, you know, moving on from the story. And then you get stuck in a problem of, well, now I have to keep writing this character. What if their character arc resolves and then they just kind of exist, you know? You can't really... Okay, well, everybody be careful right now, because Chrono's asked a question, which is best character death in a video game, and I can only ask you to actually not answer the question, especially if I haven't played the game. I'm not going to get accidentally spoiled in my chat right now. It's a loaded question, Chrono. You gotta be careful. Someone's gonna go, man, in that game of No, it's okay. It's very easy to, like, get into a moment like that, and then, you know, people start going, well, in Final Fantasy blah 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 blah, and man, in Final Fantasy 3 it was crazy when Glip Glorp was massacred by Bingus, and you go, fuck. So it's tough, because you don't want to accidentally spoil a game for someone, especially if it's like a big old impactful moment. But keeping it tied specifically to Final Fantasy, or like Final Fantasy 14 rather, we've lost quite a few, but I do feel a significant level of plot armor for my characters, especially with the Scions. So I guess I never really worry about them, even when there have been situations where you think that something's happened. We're like, and then they return. The first person Urianger asked about our target immediately told us where to go. Is there a place where you do not have allies? No, we have a lot of friends, remember? Friends? The meaning of friendship? Though it is not the first time I have seen it, I remain in awe of this sky's magnificence. Never did it occur to me that such an expansive facsimile was within men's power to create. I believe we have found our researcher. Good tree there. Visitors, how delightful. If you require assistance, then ask away. It so happens you've caught me in post-deadline bliss. Forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou had charge of the Ragnarok's propulsion systems. We should like to know how the ether harvested on the Isle of Ham was to be stored and transported to the Ark, if the disclosure of such information is permitted. Oh, it's no bother at all. We built special tanks that can store ether just like we use casks to store wine. Simple, really. Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They rivaled even crystals for ethereal capacity. A pity we never got to use them. Ah, how muddled and distant the memory. When Doom's deadline loomed large and we extricated ourselves from a waist-high mire of work only to end up chin-deep in another. I was at one with the world, a conduit for the energies of creation. But now am I truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals could make such a difference? Why, I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing on the knife edge of failure. The deadpan no reaction from Urianger is so good. And Zero. Everyone just has no fucking clue what they're looking at. I'm the only person that had an expression there. Everyone else is just like... We are glad for you. Quite. On the subject of ether tanks, do you know what became of them? What did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might remember. He should be back by now. Just look for the fellow wearing an outfit that screams, I've been on vacation and you haven't. Very well. We shall seek out this conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret, and do look after thyself. Come, let us seek out this individual, attired in a manner suggestive of recent furlough. You think that, like, I think that they'll never get tired of writing Urianger. You know what I mean? Because look at this sentence. Look at this sentence. Yeah, look for my colleague who's, like, dressed like they just got back from vacation. Come, let us seek out this individual attired in a manner suggestive of recent furlough. I love my stupid bookworm. Ridiculous. Ah, life outside of work. What a concept. Ah, ha, ha. All right, search for the recently returned colleague. You gotta be kidding me. I can't clear a bush. There we go. I would think one example that I could give also outside of Final Fantasy of a character that maybe has extended past their useful means in the story is Ahsoka from Star Wars. And as we know, we have the Ahsoka live action series, which takes place, you know, around the Mandalorian era after the original trilogy, and it just, I think it creates more problems and more questions that we will probably never get the answer to, and also that her character arc isn't really anything, or just like nothing that feels really impactful, and that's unfortunate. And also, it's kind of a problem that she's developed into being more of like a Gandalf of Star Wars, which just feels like crazy. Because now she's a very different character as a result. So there's a really big change from one era to the next. With that being said, obviously, there are moments that I really appreciate, and I think that there's some really cool story things that they've done with Ahsoka since. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's still worth it overall, I guess. So it's a conflicting thing, because there's always something cool you can do with a character, or something cool you could explore that you haven't gotten to do. Like, she has some really interesting interactions. But it just raises a lot of questions. Ahsoka was asleep during the original trilogy. If we can avail ourselves of these tanks, we should be well on our way to securing the ether we require. All is well, and I pray 'tis the same with thee and thine. Now, dost thou perchance know of one recently returned from a vacation? How obvious is it going to be, I wonder? Oh, I can't fly here. Oh my god. Bruh. Hold on a minute. I have to solve this problem. I'm one ether current away. Remember that this was a problem that we have to deal with. I'm going to talk to this recently returned from vacation fellow in a moment. Let me go and fly. It'd been a minute since I heard this theme. That really caught me off guard. I was like, have I heard this before? Where are you? We're getting there. Don't worry, if I have to go to the moon, we're screwed. The moon has been completely neglected. I've got one quest and one current out there. Ah, perfect timing. I'm free! Kokol Dankol, and it had to be a Lullafell. Had to be the Lulla. I do not know what a vacation is, but that man strikes me as more relaxed than most. Face that launched our teeny tiny toy boat. How have you been, Omega? Able to catch a bit of rest? There's just something about how many Lalas have this mustache, which just is crazy. It's just so funny to me. I need more Lalas with full beards, you know what I mean? Full beards. Not just, you know, the hairy top lip that covers their entire mouth. Well, if I don't know about the ether tanks, who in Biragot's name would? Born right in me very own workshop they were. A pleasure as always, Master Kokol. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. And then some, but I won't bore you with the details, at least not without a drink in me. So, why the interest in our little old tanks? Yes, I remember doing quests for you back in the day. Permit me to explain. Yeah, I wish that facial hair was a bit more available. It's unfortunate. Catch me installing Final Fantasy XIV mods just for facial hair. I see. Think I've got the long and short of it? It all goes without saying, but we owe you more than we can ever repay. If you need our ether tanks, then they're at your disposal. There's just one problem. You need the forum's approval to set foot on the Isle of Ham. Were it up to me, you'd be on the next ship out, but that lot can't wipe their asses unless it's in accordance with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. What is Fortuno doing here? Oh, Kryl. I was like, Fortuno's just on his random stroll and happened to overhear. Thaliak's thumping thighs! Master Fortuno and Skolak Monteshane, what a surprise! Not Thaliak's thumping thighs. Pardon the intrusion. The forum has deliberated your petition. We have decided to deliver our verdict directly. I would hope that the matter of pandemonium has not been overshadowed by other concerns, but that is a discussion for another time. Whoa, they're addressing the lore. They're addressing the raid. You have been granted special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Ham for the purposes of aetheric extraction, on one condition. On account of its rich deposits of ether, the isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you cull any such creatures you encounter. That's all. Given the vast amount of ether we seek, I expected a far higher price. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Nay, we simply owe the students of Baldessian and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt that expediting your request was a suitable way to repay it. A debt of gratitude. We have taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Ham. Your vessel awaits in Scholar's Harbor. Then I'd better get those ether tanks loaded onto the airship. We'll be ready to take it where you need, assuming it's safe. I shall head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. How many bearded characters from Japanese games that you can remember? I mean, they definitely exist. This is as much facial hair as I could get. I technically have a beard. I just don't have anything on my upper lip. This is as good as we could get when I created my character. Barrett has enough of a beard in Final Fantasy. Tomes from Final Fantasy XVI. Good old Harpocrates. I'm trying to remember. It's one of those things where you get asked a question and then your mind is just blank. I'm like, huh? Old guys don't count. I feel like I need to like look at their faces again to get reminded as well, because I'm like, then I start imagining characters and I go, they had a beard, right? I think a lot of characters, they tend to get a little bit light on the facial hair. Like Cid in Final Fantasy XVI has a beard, kind of, but not really. 15 Cid also is an old man, Mobius, so Twix Resistance has said old men don't count. He does have a beard, but he's an old man. Which means King Regis probably doesn't count either. King Regis also has a beard in Final Fantasy 15. He's not old, he's just a silver fox. I'm pretty sure Auron has a beard, right? Auron in Final Fantasy X has a beard, right? Cid in Final Fantasy XII has a beard. Noctis gets a beard in Final Fantasy 15 at some point, so Noctis gets one. Barsh gets one in Final Fantasy 12. Usually they get beards when something happens to them, you know? They lose their pretty boy look because, you know, they spend some time in prison or in, you know, trapped in a realm of darkness or something, right? Like Noctis grows a beard because of reasons, not natural reasons. And so does Barsh. No, Auron doesn't have a beard. I don't know why I imagined Auron with facial hair. Because, like, I think sometimes I think of Auron's face, and it's that half of the bottom half of his face is covered. That's And usually the bottom half of your face would be covered with a beard, but he's covered it with his clothing. His artwork, like his actual character portrait, does have him with more of like a stubble. And same with Jet from 10. Jet has a little bit more of a beard. Technically, Kimahri has a beard, guys. Yeah, see? Ruban has a beard, but what was the context of that? He was kept in prison. You see what I mean? He had a beard because he was imprisoned, so he was disheveled and unkempt. Kimahri absolutely counts. Kimahri counts. Kimahri's got a beard, right? Like, if you look up Kimahri, you'll see that he indeed has a beard. If Kimahri has a beard, Nanaki has a beard. I mean, I'm going to be real with you about the Kimahri thing, because maybe you just haven't remembered. But Kimahri, genuinely, he's a furry, beastly guy, but he genuinely has a beard. Like, his fur is blue, but he has like a white beard. So you think I joke, but I do not. Nanaki doesn't have a beard because he just doesn't have any additional growth past his chin, you know? It's just his normal face. But with Kimahri, look at this. Look at our guy over here. Whoa, Kimahri in Final Fantasy XIV confirmed. Look, there he is. You gonna tell me that this is not a beard? You can tell me that's not a beard? The white hair and the white chest hair and the white beard, because that's his hair color. Final Fantasy X character art is indeed so good. Alright, cheery captain. Yeah, Kimahri's not even old, right?
Bound for the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Of course Thancred's arriving. Of course he's here. Oh my god.
Tancred?
I just skipped his... Oh.
If it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly.
He says, forgive me my delay, and I just totally said, shh.
Andre tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald.
A pleasure.
He's putting on a deeper voice for her. Leave it alone.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee. I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
And so same with me. Over here. And me as well. I know things. Thancred shows up and he says, and then he stops talking. Forgive me the delay. Yes, okay. The ether font now available. I didn't realize that we were getting into a dungeon. Let's go. That's why Thancred shows up, so he can be an NPC for the dungeon. I get it. Oh, also, sorry, I was on a bit of a tangent. Morning, fire in the head. Good morning to you. Rise and shine. This should have been called Ham Dungeon. Ham Sandwich. Social struggles aside, Zero seems more capable of handling herself. Still, I shall aid her in what capacity I can. Naught remaineth to bar us from the Isle of Ham. Let us set sail forthwith. He does not strike me as the mentoring sort. Oh well, you know, he has this whole storyline thing and character and whatever, but like, you know, it's unnecessary. You know, I'm here. You know, we have a bond because of the whole, you know, Reaper thing. I'll be a Reaper one day, and you know, I'm Xenos' friend. You know, no matter what, we must return to the Void. The acquisition of this ether is but the first step. Okay, I'm gonna have to kick out a DPS. I apologize. I'll just kick out the last one on the list. So we should have enough for A team and B team, right? That should be good. Pretty sure we've got A team, B team. Works out perfectly. The Ether Font. North of the Charlayan mainland lies the verdant Isle of Ham, a land long protected by the Forum as an academic asset due to its abundant wells of ether. Yet with plenty often comes peril, and the vicious beasts that live there will not so readily relinquish their claim to the island's lifeblood. Will you secure the energy you need to breach the void, or be returned to the very flows of ether you seek? Ooh, nice music. There's polar bears! Oh my god, our polar bear mount. There's so many polar bears just chilling, and then like random ice wolves. Oh, look at that guy. Wow, we are in an ice dungeon. We've made it to Antarctica. Ham Frost Beast. Look at the polar bears, and they're just relaxing. That's very cute. This music is great. I like this take on this theme. I have to remember that this is a game that has combat in it now, and I go, yes. Remember that I don't just have to, click my mouse to go through dialogue. There is combat. It just took us almost 2 hours to get there. So I gotta activate my brain. A very chill song, huh? There's a little baby over there. I love that they're just pouring to each other. Like, hi. Hey, I'm over here. Oh my god, the clapping squad. They're just clapping. Oh, you're gonna ruin it, Sharks. You're gonna ruin it. Right. The ice is melting. Anyway, they clap. Like, hey! Oh, wait. I can clap as well. Hold on. I have clapping. Why? I don't think I have it set on my favorites thing. Surely it's just clap. Yay. Not a whole lot of ice. What is that? Jesus Christ. Lingbakia. Yeesh. It got that, it got those, what type of fish? Okay, rude. What type of fish creatures have those teeth? Like the ones that are just demonic beyond your wildest nightmares type of teeth that you're like, geez. Like some fish just have an unreal level of teeth. Just shredding. Is it like anglerfish? No, anglerfish are different. What type of fish has this? Is it anglerfish? I thought anglerfish, but then I was like, aren't they a little more toothy? Nah, anglerfish are like, they're spiky. They're fucking spiky. But not like inward spiky teeth. Like they're more just like... I mean, nah, I disagree with the anglerfish. Because the anglerfish are like spiky, but just upwards. Like big teeth. something specific about this mouth, though. I don't know what to call it, because I'm not a smart little fish scientist. Hang on, guys. Cast is here. So just wait a sec. This is very serious. He has to know. He has to know when we're going to take on this fish. Tidal breath. The ice shards begin to resonate, and they explode. Frilled shark. Let me see. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking about this specific set of teeth. Yeah, frilled shark is in that wheelhouse for sure. Yeah, it's like that type of teeth, which is just yeah. All of the abominations at the deep in the ocean. Magical zip line. What an absolutely gorgeous island. Oh my god. So we got Final Fantasy penguins. Do we call them, with the way that this is spelled, hammock? Guys, look, hammocks. Hammock. Aggressive penguins. We're doing population control, apparently. Ham trolls. Ham yakkows. I like these ones. I like them. Look at these big old yaks, dude. I'm gonna say it. This does, again, occasionally you enter a dungeon where you feel like you're not slaying monsters. And you do kind of feel like you're just rocking up to where people are chilling, you know, like wildlife, and we're just killing them. I mean, yes, they attack us when we approach. But I can never shake the feeling whenever we're in a dungeon like this that it's always one of those instances where we are coming in and just killing a bunch of animals. They were hanging out together. Look at those little penguins in a nest. Do you see what I mean? I just killed 7 of those. They had families. So, you see those baby orcs in that nest? They're not getting fed tonight. I just killed their entire family. Now, ham golems, that's fine. They're a bunch of rocks. Yeah, they'll come up, they'll say a reason, hey, by the way, the animals on this island, crazy. At night, they venture out into the mainland and kill people and eat babies, and that way they'll justify its existence, right? That specific penguin murdered 6 children last week. Get it. You're purging the island of its natural inhabitants because they get in the way of us robbing it for its resources. My favorite thing about it as well is the fact that all of these creatures, they get along in perfect harmony because they don't attack each other. These penguins and these ham crystals, best friends, right? It's me that's the problem. I feel like they've done it before, though, where they've had instances where... Have they had enemies fighting each other, and we also join in? Or am I imagining that in Final Fantasy XIV? Have they had instances of that? Like, seeing opposing walks of life? Baby, Death Stranding is real. Look at this. I'm playing Death Stranding right now. We're on the zip line. They saw Endwalker. They saw Death Stranding zip lines and said, put him in Endwalker. Oh my god. Crystallized monstrous polar bear boss. Arcus. I think the idea, like, you know, if you're on the island and you see, like, these penguins and they're fighting another creature, then you're seeing, you know, the circle of life, you know? Then a lot of the time, if they're just getting along, it's funny. Okay, this is... As soon as I get a camera on the front, they turn around. This is the second boss to do it in this dungeon. Look at that guy. Lightning leap. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Right. We got a lightning polar bear. Just like a boss that gets super aggressive in his last 3% of health and just starts bouncing around. Cool, though. Whoa, beautiful crystal cave. Wow. How cool to have such a vastly different area for each location in the dungeon, though. That is an Aether font, alright. We've got the ham polycule here. Yeah, I think I mean like less like monsters or fiends fighting other people. I think I mean like when you're in a situation where you see like monsters fighting monsters or animals fighting animals. That sort of thing. Yeah, two mobs fighting, both of which are targets, essentially. Because we're not fighting those adventurers, as an example. I feel like maybe you see that in, like, solo duties, but it's more, like, in the background. We've got a kraken. Oh my god. Slumbering Scourge. Octo Mammoth. Wow. Look at that. God damn. The Final Fantasy Kraken is here. Okay, well, I guess cast in this particular instance, I'm just going to say that they don't count because it's not what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? It's just not quite my tempo. I'm talking animals v animals, monsters v monsters, animals v monsters. No sort of humanoid adventurers involved. I'm talking about witnessing the... what's the word that I'm thinking of? The food chain. Witnessing the food chain in action. Okay, so we have a kraken in the deep below with a bunch of circular platforms. I wonder what he's going to do. He's going to play the drums. Mammoth Tentacle, Octo Stroke. So it's just whichever platform is not going to have tentacles on it. Vivid Eyes. Saline Spit. Oh. Okay, that's on all of them. Okay. I thought it was going to be where he was looking. He does Saline Spit wherever there is a platform. Tidal Breath is where he's facing. Oh! Okay. Telekinesis on the crystals. Damn, this one platform, safest place in the whole deep below. Is he making those crystals lasers? Or they just... No, he throws them. Crazy work. Breathstroke. Oh, that and... Okay. Nice. It feels like it retreated. Not that we killed it. I don't know. Seems the geyser is just beyond. Had it been squid, we might have taken some for Astidian. Nothing to it. Mayhap these waters are connected to the sea. I got one chess piece. Ooh, I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, let's go. Telling me I could have just flown an airship here the whole time, but you made me take the bus? You made me go by sea? You could have dropped me off here and I would have fought the Kraken.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
Airship cannons, we just shoot the Kraken from a distance. Get him out of the way.
Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished. I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger. Oh, by the by. Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Galem, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way. I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
Oliver's like, where, can we take these somewhere for you? And I'm like, oh, you're here. And he's like, a bit far, actually. Air assault ill-advised against telekinesis. True, he could have thrown crystals at us. All right, you win. I can see.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
We were fine without you.
Why would you say such a thing? We're not bound by contract or the threat of force. And you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust. I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it? It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsend, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time. Absolutely fine.
Thancred said, yeah, you guys hang out.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down,
We're being teased? The boys are working on something. The boys are working on something. We're truly indebted to Kokol. I must invite him to Radzatan as a guest of honor. By simply staying close to you, will I really learn about trust? Well, yes, by the way, the dungeon, if I went in with you, it's a trust NPCs, right? It's like a trust thing. Have we really not said the word trust this whole time you've been in our company? Zero's straight as an arrow, isn't she? A refreshing contrast to our more circuitous company. Circuitous company? Circuitous? To not only allow us the use of these tanks, but to arrange their transportation to Garlemald. Besides, blessed are we to count Kokol among our allies. Unto thee we must also give thanks, Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, you know I'm always happy to help. Don't hesitate to call on me again. Till next time. You may now enter the Ether Font with a party of NPCs. Like fear to flame. It's a shame that we've been moving on from the food puns, guys, for the quests. They didn't keep it up for the whole patch. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention to the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of the Ilsabard contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy onto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Quest accepted. Alright, so we'll head to Garlemald. We'll go to Camp Broken Glass. Just going to take a quick bathroom break. And then we shall continue. I see you have been entertaining yourselves. So I also made myself a smoothie. Took advantage of being away from the computer. Oriange put his coat on. Glad am I to hear that Garlemald's restoration proceedeth apace, and the people no longer want for warmth. Be that as it may, there is no substitute for appropriate garments in such frigid climes, as I can personally attest. Per Toller's advice, I have changed into clothing more suited to these surrounds, the better to blend in. I hope this will suffice. Here we are again. Omega, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during the recent Voidsent incursion. Your actions saved many. What brings you here today? Pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. Indeed, we appreciate you consulting with us instead of taking unilateral action. It is no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only of the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Pending a more official name, we refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ethereal manipulation. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen old wounds. Better that than facing a mass invasion by Golbez and his Voidsent horde, surely. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. Yet, even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. What's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen Voidsent with their own eyes? Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make them a fire, yes? But what if that person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it and they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your actions for aggression and lash out. Yes, Zero, shall we tell you about the very tense allegiance and the story about even arriving to Garlemald? We do not wish to stoke a fire of a flame most recently put out. So like the fire that torments this individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alphino and Alice. With the rapport they have established with the Garlean people, I dare say they can provide us with valuable insights. In the meantime, Urianger, might I ask that you remain here to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation? Has he got a bouquet of flowers just on his belt? Bro just carries these. In thy instance of which a fair maiden might appear, doth I present thee with a trinket of yellow and blue floral nature. He's got belt flowers. We get to speak with Alphino and Alice. They come back into the story already. We don't leave them alone. We say we wanted to chat. Let's hang out again. Was Anima a main mission boss, or was Anima a trial? I forget. How did we fight Anima again? Was it a trial? A dungeon boss. It's kind of a shame. I want there to be like a easily repeatable like trial for Anima. Is there a hard version where we can specifically fight Anima again? I've got an itch for it. Let me see Anima again. Orpheus, welcome in. Thank you for the kind words. I'm glad you love the videos. We're just hanging out in Final Fantasy XIV. Anima would probably be a boss if Zodiac wasn't the trial. Yeah. That's the thing. I'm like, I would love Anima to return. To dread fire even when one is freezing, to become a prisoner of one's fear. 'Tis a fate to which Voidsent too can succumb, I have taken the liberty of explaining our objective. Of all the things. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away. Ah! Stampede. I am glad to see you, Omega. Fitra has explained our present dilemma. 'Tis no unfounded concern that the Garleans might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. That's putting it mildly. Many would be up in arms over it. Trust in the Ilsabard contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly, or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Trust. She goes, there's that word again. Yeah, I'm locked in. Trust again. Well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then perhaps we can begin working towards a compromise. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at a station called Senatus, near the Cenaculum Imperialis. I would be honored to speak with them, though it would be prudent to learn where people stand elsewhere as well. But that I will leave to the others, save Zero. Might you accompany me? I'm sure those in Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along. Tertium, we leave to you. You are no stranger to the people here, so it should take a little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Then it's settled. Once you've learned what you can, let's all meet in Forum Solius, where we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. Do they do ultimates for main quest fights? A serious lad. No, stop it! The tower is evil, it'll turn us all evil, I don't want to hear it, leave me alone! It's a delicate situation where it's like, this needs to be done because of what could happen if we don't. But then it's like, you don't want to fight fear with fear, where it's like, well, if we don't activate the tower, a bunch of nightmarish demons are gonna come and feast on your soul. There's a Shinryu Unreal currently. How could they skip Shadowbringers? What's going on? Oh, you're not part of this. Go away. Fretting lady. Tower of Babel. Thoughts? Fie, that tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the locals razed our village to the ground with the stuff. Made things appear and disappear and fly and burn. Can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk about that tower any longer. It's unnatural. We're basically giving the people of Garlemald PTSD flashbacks just by bringing it up. Hey, Malleus, Tower, Babel, thoughts? Activate the Tower of Babel? Are you out of your mind? That abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters. I can't even bear to look at it when I step outside. If you want to do something for us, tear the bloody thing down. The Tower of Babel. But what's it got to do with Void Scent? I can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much more for us Garleans. If you say it's necessary, then that's good enough for me. Someone who knows. Someone who knows. Oh yeah, sorry. It's, what do they do? SB, Stormblood, and then SBR for Shadowbringers? I forget. I mean, that's on them for doing 2 SB expansions back to back. Papaya. Do you like Towers and Babel, perhaps? Ah yes, SHB. Shadowbringers. Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean no disrespect to you and yours, but shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared to speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions, cut our rations, or worse. No, forget I said anything, please. Hey, I think this went really well. I think the people are really jazzed about activating the Demon Tower. In regards to the Dragon Song's reprise, is that just like... Is it the whole main quest, or is it just like a series of fights or something? What's the deal? You gonna tell me that this doesn't count? I'm within its orbit, man. So specific. Dragon Song Reprise is a huge ultimate for Thornton. Well, instead of watching a video, why don't we just do it? Ulysses is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did. Ah, yeah, totally. Look at this fancy pants dress work we got over here. We've got the Garlemald Fashion Week happening. Omega, may I present to you Lords Neus and Metius, magistrates of our political council. They have been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Ilsabard contingent. I see Alphino and Alice have yet to arrive, though, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter if only some of you are present, we simply wish to make one thing perfectly clear. Oh, this is going to go down very well. The tower is the manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the Imperial Army, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we have had to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it? Nay, we have had enough. The Garlemald of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war to her own people, not to Eorzea, nor any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory. Garlemald, and all that lies within her bounds, is beholden to no one. I couldn't have a worse poker face if I tried. My response, my reaction to that information. Just getting the not even a no, just like even worse. It's like, hey, we were thinking of doing this, and they said, it's insulting enough that I have to share the same oxygen as you fuck. How about you get out of here? Ah, this is going well. Probably still the second hardest fight in the game. Cool. Do you have some Oceania ping? That is true. What we could actually do for it, and this could be a first for the channel, because obviously, as we know, I just kind of like stream and there's a stream delay, and so my voice communication doesn't work. Like, we can absolutely, if it's like necessary to do so, I'd be down to just, we can put a group of us in the Discord VC So at the very least, we could have some more, like, direct communication during the raid, because, you know, people do that all the time, obviously. And we don't really do that here because we're already, like, caught up in the stream. But for something like that, we can definitely pop the voice chat, you know? We gotta go do an A rank hunt real quick. Hold on. That could be fun too. It'd be a bit more of like a unique thing. We could have we'll have a little voice session. You don't have to even like necessarily talk if you don't want to. If you're part of the group, it's not going to make you, obviously. But maybe it might help just to have some direct, quick communications instead of text chat or something like that. And we'll lock in. Who wants to come hang out and do the hunt? Who's coming? And here I thought it was the bomb. It's turns out it's actually this guy. That's funny. I thought we were going to be attacking this bomb the whole time. Music though. I just walked right into that. Which part do I need explaining? What clarification do you desire? This attack takes so long to charge up. Oh, the group thing is like... Right now I've got a full party up here near my head of 8 people. And so if we had a group, we would all hop into like a voice channel and be able to communicate directly while doing the group activity instead of like down here in the chat. Or just, you know, doing it without any communication, which is entirely possible. But on, like, much higher difficulty levels, it can help to have a bit of communication. I got 40 sacks of nuts. Very nice. I didn't realize that I got these recently at level 96, because I'm like looking at that being like, wait a minute, it's because we've been doing so much content that is below this level, so I am not able to actually do these versions of them. Cool. Are these bombs hunt things as well because of the thing next to their name? They're just a lower tier? What are these guys for? They're just normal enemies and I'm just, you know, I'm hallucinating. Just marking they're aggressive. God. It's almost like this is my first day playing the game. Shows how much I'm paying attention. Because I know that the hunt has an icon, so I think that's where my confusion lies. Oh. I was like, why am I fucking here? Oh my god. I clicked on New King on the block. We're not doing Monster Hunter Wilds stuff. Or we're not doing the Monster Hunter stuff. I'm like, why am I here? This is not where I'm supposed to be at all. Ends up in the Azim Step. I tricked you, you guys came along with me. Think you found another A rank? Where at? Let me at him. Better be checking them off on for loop. What should I be checking off? Whoa. Minerva. We got an armored gorilla. Alright, let's fight this thing. 40 sacks of nuts. We'll have to cash in some of those, see what I can get for them. I need to get some more Aetherite tickets as well. I'm fresh out. Our sovereignty is of paramount importance. On this point, there can be no concessions. I do not begrudge them their hostility. They merely seek to protect their homeland. That said, we must strive to reach an understanding with one another. We will treat with the Usabad contingent, if only to assert our rights. If your intentions are as benevolent as you claim, then you will agree to our demands. There is no common ground to be found with these men. In spite of this, you would still engage with them? The Fallen Empire. Since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I will escort them to Tertium. I'll also instruct Alphino and Alice to meet us there. Lord Matthias, Lord Nias, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with the residents of Sonatus. Though the Usabad contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is I who wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it meet that I be present for this discussion. Yet my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hopes and desires, of their dreams for the future, is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground upon which we might build a relationship that sees us overcome our differences. Very well, but know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. If it's settled then, you should all head to Sonatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellencies safely to Tertium. Ulysses has told us all. You have Lord Nias' permission to enter and speak with our residents, but not to petition them directly for support. Remember that. Their defenses bespeak a cautious mindset, more so than Tertium. Here it is, Sonatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I am given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted, so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. As do I, Zero. As do I. The basic design is reminiscent of Tertium, though somewhat embellished. Yeah, they got fancy trains, they got a guy and he's stirring the pot with a warm meal. To begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Ilsabard contingent and their current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good. Pile of crates. The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicating they were provided by the Ilsabard contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid. Barrel of ceruleum. You recognize the large casks that, as the very same you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they are in Sonatus is unclear. Not a lot of hunt trains on Oceania servers? That's crazy talk. We are the most popular server in all of Final Fantasy XIV. What do you mean? Everyone's here. You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. That's a classic one. I'm a soldier. I'm not here to think. I'm here to do what I'm fucking told. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it, at any rate. I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. Yes, very good. The furnishings are quite lavish. I am reminded of Troya. Let's just be grateful that Oceania servers are allowed, people from other data centers to come and travel here and hang out. Because if I didn't have that, I'd be so sad. How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. Be that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever. And there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. You'll have to forgive my my speech today. My voice does feel a little bit strained. Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? Fucking barrels, man. Much the same as me, then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity, and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you it's absolutely out of the question? Oi, oi, what's all this then? What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. Is aught the matter? Oh, no, I was just trying to explain. Mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it's impossible. It concerns the Magitech weapons which run rampant through Regio Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue once and for all, we've proposed the elimination of all Machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him. they refuse to even consider it. The magistrate's already spoken on the matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who's to say they are as dangerous as you attest? It has been suggested that this could be a pretense to scavenge Magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains we cannot allow you to destroy them. More speculation by the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken. Unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's naught we can do. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. She's like, you guys need a Reaper contract. It's clear. An equitable arrangement, of course. Well do I understand the difficulty of your position. As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? By all means. Everybody nod. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy all parties. Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all stand to gain. As a satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Radzat Han and the people of Garlemald. Please continue. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Ilsabard contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. 'Tis no surprise, then, that some of the Garleans are loath to engage with foreigners, the fear of indebting themselves further, or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement, one that would restore them to a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done. What exactly did you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Radzat Han abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue in this tradition. We would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel, as well as share your Magitech resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Radzat Han's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Only when both sides keep the interests of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. 'Tis a principle I once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. Sage Council of a friend. And Zero says, oh my god, friendship. I know what this means. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to object your proposal. Indeed, if Radzat Han were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. If you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations at Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Nias and Metius. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation, so I too shall hie me to Tertium. Alright, let's have a chat with these lads, shall we? I'm sure this will go well. Everybody's having coffee time, huh? Can we finally begin the negotiations? A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Babel is ours by rights, and nothing you do convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the Satrap of Radzat Han, I wish to establish a new trade agreement between our nations. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. Tis true we do not want for Magitech and Ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merits. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You serve the Emperor, were a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? Like you, I weep for what we have lost, but if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense, utter nonsense. You are a traitor, Nias, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes, when the people of Sonatas learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Now, in this conversation, which one of us seems the least level-headed and emotionally mature? Who's flying off the handle at the notion of a mutual trade agreement where both nations can prosper? I will not be a common merchant. Brother's never heard of trade before. Let's get this man back to school. And maybe a psychologist while we're at it. Lord Metius, wait, it isn't safe out there. Let him go. No, it's not safe out there. Let him go. We'll see how far he gets without help. Luffy, so I should try and do the Shadowbringers role quests before 6.5? An embarrassing display. A man of Metius' station should have the capacity to keep his emotions in check. Hey, I just said that. We're on the same page, you and me. We're gonna be great friends. I fear for Lord Metius. While I am thrilled Lord Nias was willing to consider my proposal, I am worried about Lord Metius. To the best of my knowledge, Lord Metius is a civil servant with no combat experience. Should he meet with misfortune, he may fare poorly. Ah, well, how about I trade him some sword fighting lessons, and he can trade me some fucking respect. I'm not surprised. Some people cannot be moved by mere words. Ah, that's right. I propose we let the man get in danger, we save him, and say, now you owe me for your life. Bonds of trust. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Let us leave matters here in Maxima's care while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Sonatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. Yep, all good. So job-wise for Shadowbringers, that was before they split it up, right? So I can do all of them. I just have to pick up Pictomancer, and then I can do the 4 role quests. So we've done... Have we done 1 or 2? I think we might have done the tank and melee DPS ones already. And so it's just Sage and ranged DPS that we have left. Unless I'm misremembering and I haven't done one of those 2 tank or physical DPS yet. Pretty sure we have. I really need to get into the habit of, even when I'm not playing the game for stream, just logging in and doing my dailies with the societies. Because I would have my Sage leveled up further by now. I just forget to do it. It's just because it's not part of my normal routine, you know? So sad to see how far France has fallen, guys. Look at the Eiffel Tower. It used to be so prosperous. It used to be so beautiful. You in trouble, mate? Need any help? What? There are more pressing matters at hand. Hey. What, you just like, what if you just, yeah, do it, get him a little bit, burn him a bit first. Ah, look, he's in danger, there we go. He's like, I'm burning. Okay, now I'll get him. There you go. I just need him to get a real sense of danger before I save him. You know, don't want to make it feel like this was too easy. I'm alive.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless. and I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Aye, so long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me?
He's stepping up in the world, he's getting a promotion.
Elwipard, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrates safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
A slow zoom. Answer me, boy.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search of a means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately I was undone, overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone. But it's all history now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Zero going, how do I process emotion that is like, I feel like crying tears of joy? However you like.
Give me your hand.
So they do handshake anyway.
It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
We got there eventually. Memories of our bestie. In the flashback, they only showed one guy and then intentionally obscured the fully armored one. That's why I was like, interesting full plate set you got there, mate. When I first met Zero, I wasn't sure what to make of her forthright to a fault nature, but now I understand she's simply an honest soul to the core. Thank you. I feel at last as though I found the answers I sought, and I owe it all to you and Euless. Right then, I expect the others have already arrived back at Tertium. We should join them. Two more A ranks on the moon, huh? Well, I am currently in a meeting, so you'll have to wait. Or just go without me. I'm talking politics. Full glad am I to see everyone returned, and none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Garlean community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. You've read the memorandum. I trust you find the terms acceptable. I do, and Nias, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiations solely on your shoulders in my absence. You should know that, when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would prevent another Voidsent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of ceruleum. Have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep to themselves in Sonatus are here. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I am pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Radzat Han. To To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Radzatan will provide us with supplies which shall be equally distributed among our settlements in our nation. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between eagles. Eagles? Fucking hell. I can read. This is a bargain struck between eagles, chat. Let me just relearn the English language real quick. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Did someone say eagles? Radzatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that, through this agreement, our peoples will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars, that you might convey them to those elsewhere. I don't know, they don't seem too happy about it. I see nodding. They're coming around to it. Oh no, they're all gonna beat us up. They've decided to revolt. So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals and not eagles, as a nation with something of value to offer others. That validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. It is by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the ether tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Ishtola's signal to channel the energy to the moon, yes? Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry. Devote all your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. You are good friends. Look. She's learning. She's now going to go up to everybody that we've previously interacted with and say, friend. You are friend? Garlean technology shall enrich my people's lives and empower them to achieve great new feats. I am particularly eager to see what our alchemists are inspired to create. Moments like these give me hope that we still have a place in this world. I'm not wrong to call them that, am I? Friends? Good friends, huh? And coming from her, you know, she's not just saying it to be nice. Both Radzatan and Garlemald stand to benefit greatly from this agreement. It may well mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Luna Rendezvous.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Y'shtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Azhdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form? Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzadhan, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Azhdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping.
Just holding that in my pocket.
Do this for me.
Just holding, you know, raw eyeball in the pocket. Can we put this in a bag? Like a... Nope. Okay. Put it in my pocket now.
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Y'shtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
Oh no. You can't say that. You can't say that. She's just sealed her own fate. It's over.
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
She's just learnt trust and friendship and said, don't worry guys, what's the worst that could happen, while going off into the distance. It's over! It's like, you guys got a Ziploc bag for this eyeball? It's like a little bit, you know, weird to touch. The trade agreement discussions do not require our input, so Alice and I are free to attend to the Tower of Babel without distractions. Leave the tower to us. Okay, to the moon we go. Are those hunts still there? Or did you guys take them out? Hunts, yes or no? The hunts are still here. Alright. I'll be there soon. Haha. I'll be there in a second. What a view, by the way. Thanking you. Ah, click the right thing, will you? Yes, we're back to the lovely moon of which I cannot fly. This thing, this purple, pinky purple moose princess, Okay, Pinky Purple Moose Princess. Yeah, I got my mount music off because I ride my motorcycle and it's Final Fantasy VII music, which means that I open myself up to the lovely Final Fantasy VII Remake automatic copyright system. And they go, is that Final Fantasy VII Remake music? That's automatically copyright claimed. Tender Queen. It's a space cactuar. People are dead. Hey, this guy, this queen, pretty strong. Getting hit with the old 990,000 needles. Space needles. Being punished for disobedience. To the dungeons! So you get like punished to the dungeons, and then while you can't move, getting hit with the 990,000 needles. How good. Okay. Where's the closest ether current? We're going hunting. I forget how hard this place is to navigate normally because I don't have my magical space dog. I'm clicking on it, let me in. I feel like it's a distance thing if I'm not like hugging the device. To the northwest we go. You can't use my compass while riding into the thing. is. .511 to the northeast. Just let me into the thing. Oh my god, there's what? I'm right in front of the fucking vehicle. Just let me in. Holy shit. The rest are inside, okay. There's 2 more to get inside. And then the rest are blue quests. .82 yalms to the north. And one more, that is 798 yalms to the west. I don't know why we had such a shameful collection of ether currents for the moon. Because, you know, before that, and even like normally, I would end up doing blue quests and stuff. So it's kind of interesting. I think I just must have just been super locked in on the fact that the main quest was crazy, that I just didn't even think about it at the time, being on the moon. I'm like, I got places to be. I got a Zodiac to fight. I got Van Daniel around here. I'm on the moon. So it just wasn't on the mind. Okay, it is now blue quest time for the rest. There is 4 of them. And I see 4 blues. I see 4 blue quests for ether currents. When the expansion is current, there are 8 to do instead of 4. Very cruel. But also, I guess it doesn't matter too much in regards to just the ones that you pick up. True carrot crimes. Excuse me, sir, have you by chance seen any thieves prowling about with ill-gotten iron carrots? They're crimson tender, surprisingly heavy, the carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. We've been told that you adventurers are quite good in solving crimes no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what manner of fiend would deny a loperate their dinner? Anyway, our culprit, or culprits, took 4 carrots in all. Those are not easy to carry about. I can't say they would have gotten too far. We're looking for carrot thieves. Yawning needs help gathering the Caratorium's loperates for mealtime. Oh, bother, there's no sign of any of them, and it's almost time to eat. You there, if you happen to be heading to the Caratorium, could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If we don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many thanks. They should come running at the mention of carrots of happiness, so just say those 3 magic words, they'll be on their way. We say, hello, it is dinner time. It is time to eat your carrots. Hello, dear hungry loperate. Time to eat as I bunny hop my way up the stairs. Take the square root of the roots and you get carrot of happiness. Fucking hang on. It's always case sensitive. Would you not start your sentence with a capital letter, you bastard? My, is it that time already? I was working out projections for optimal carrot production based on total population of a theorist to ensure that... Oh, never mind, I must make haste, or I'll miss out on seconds. The game is not smart enough to determine a capital letter being right or wrong. Only wrong. There's no wiggle room. They don't say it's close enough. Could that mean, yes, it must be time to eat at last? Oh, how I've waited for this moment. There's nothing like a carrot of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul. I think say quests are a little stupid, yeah, because there's so many quests where you just click on someone and your character is just automatically talking to them anyway, so it's the same thing. What? They're serving carrots of happiness today? The deep luscious orange, the tempting slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings, I'm coming for you! Alright, one down. Now I gotta search for the iron carrots. The philosopher's carrot. Oh, because they're orange, right? Or red. What do you say? The scrumptious-looking iron carrot has been tragically abandoned in its prime. We're on the trail. Aha! It's you! Oh, you're over there. You're up there. Munch, munch, gulp. These philosopher's carrots really hit the spot. Just a few more. What? What? Of course I'm not stealing. These are mine. Is it so wrong to enjoy an early dinner? The muttering loperate stomps off in search of a place to eat in peace. You suspect this is not your carrot culprit. Another carrot over there. Carrot supporter. Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. Great. You think I'm an iron carrot? I now have the iron carrots in my possession. It was a robot. You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. The supporter. I never would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I recall the technician said something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency, but to go so far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear it may now love them a little too much. Alas, those poor carrots, but at least we know what became of them, and how to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance. You've returned. Everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance is essential for us loperates, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we expend a lot of effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. It seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots just so that we can produce more carrots, but that's a problem that can be solved with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details. I'll work out the figures just as soon as... what were we talking about? Whoa, Mobius the High Roller, he went shopping. The brusque loperate. Alluring a lag. I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? Then I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the Alligans. Yes, and nearly everything wrong with the world seems to be their fault. I thought as much. I ask because I have plans to survey an Allagan relic not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going. Are you interested in a little adventure? Much obliged. Let's be off. No time to waste. We must help Dreaming Way. Named that way. Stay focused, Dreaming Way. Sure, you're no working way, but... Oh, no my. You're not a Loperate. Indeed. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly talking with a visitor from Aetheris? Whatever can I help you with, kind sir? One of your friends asked me to check on you. Who put you up to such a thing? In any case, I couldn't bother an honored guest with my silly troubles. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. But first, may I ask your name? Omega Ocelot, a truly spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character in one way or another. If only I could say the same for mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose Dream from that tome of words, for try as I might, I have no such thing, and seeing everyone else live up to their name since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. The people of Aetheris, on the other paw, seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me? Focus on what you love to do. And that's your dream. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea what that would be. Though my fellow Loperates might, I've known them since we were created, so perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind, after all. I'm all ears, so you need to tell me once you've come up with something, anything at all. He's no sluggard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, let's just say he's a great help. Whoa. Helping Way. His dream is to help others. You want to know about Dreaming Way? I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task just as soon as he finishes the old one. I've always thought him a good sort, though. Dreaming Way can do anything he sets his mind to. He doesn't complain about getting his paws dirty either. That said, I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. Did they have aught of interest? Please say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream. It's never too late to dream. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we found my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. Huh, that got grim. Let's exhaust our other options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we? Wonderful Dreaming Way. My dream is to achieve the ether currents, so if you don't mind, I'm out of here. To the moon. have to get out of here. It's the old-fashioned way. You always forget how good you have it until you're grounded. Thank you so much, sir. While we go here, I'm just going to quickly go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I return to the Brusque Loperate. This crash site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Onward then, after you. There we go. I always forget that I just have to right-click to get rid of it. Crashed Allegan ship, Heimdall's last sight. The apparatus is offline, but appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag. My ambiguously sized bag, indeed. My fascinating remnant. That'll fit in. That'll fit in my bag. A shame it's too bulky to carry back. Hey! My bag has limits after all. A fascinating remnant. Perish. Man, that thing could have had some really good information on it. A moment longer, that drone would have alerted more. Did you find anything of interest? Oh, let me have a look. No, you're right. It must wait until we get back. No, it's all good. You can look at it now and complete the quest for me. No! Ugh. Just look at it now and hand over the ether current and get me out of here. Save at last. Now, show me what you found. This is an Allegan decryption unit. With it, we could read Allegan tombstones about history, science, poetry, if we had any, which we do not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect, and I'm sure you can tell. You have my heartfelt gratitude. We can now travel. Ether currents. We nailed it. Okay. And now we can get back onto the main quest. Flight on the moon. Achieved. We'll never be stuck in a situation like that again. So there we go. We have everything. And once we get to Dawn Trail, we will be unlocking it properly as we go. The moon. When Xenos brought me here, I remember feeling surprised that such a desolate place could exist in the source.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on void sense summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it.
The thing that trapped Zodiac, we're gonna
We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed.
Wow.
That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
Zodiac has been added to the Unending Codex. I think we've been meaning to check that as well, because we've got a couple of things. We got the Thancred name drop in here. Ceruleum. For centuries, the Garleans warred with the Corvosi for control of the warm and fertile lands south of Ilsabard's central mountains, but they were eventually defeated and driven into the northern wastes. Winters in the Garleans' new home were harsh. The northern seas were bound in ice for most of a year, and the resources of the waters were available for only a slim window. Likewise, farming and rearing animals were possible only at certain times. The land, in other words, could not support a large populace. The Garleans multiplied slowly, and over time were forced to accept being few in number. There was but one benefit to the frigid land, its vast deposits of ceruleum. This deep blue liquid burned as well as oil, and kept the hearth warm during the long dark times of the year. Indeed, had it not been for this natural resource, the Garleans would not have survived the severe winter cold. Yet, it was to be a long time before the advent of the ceruleum engine, and the Garleans realized what a boon this liquid was. The Students of Baldessian, founded by Galuf Baldessian as a research organization devoted to combating threats to the star, the Students of Baldessian study all manner of relics, magics, and unexplained phenomena in lands near and far. In stark contrast to other Sharlayan organizations that would adopt their city-state's policy of non-intervention, the students have often collaborated with foreign scholars in their never-ending pursuit of knowledge. Grahatir's assignment to the Sons of St. Koinak during the Crystal Tower expedition, as well as the students' constant support of the Circle of Knowing and their successor, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, are two notable examples of this philosophy in practice. Since their conception, this academic collective has also served as an advisory body to the Forum and other influential parties, identifying potential threats to mankind and providing counsel as needed. The students' headquarters were once located on the Isle of Val, a remote island south of Sharlayan, which Galuf had purchased with considerable funds accumulated over the course of many adventures. The facilities constructed there allowed his organization to thrive and perform research independent of the Sharlayan motherland, but this self-same independence rendered them uniquely vulnerable to attack. The Isle of Val abruptly vanished one day, and it was later determined that a terrible magic was responsible, having obliterated the isle and nearly all who were present at the time. In recent days, the remaining students have made the Boldesian Annex in Old Sharlayan their base of operations. Kryal, adoptive granddaughter of Galuf, has assumed the role of leader for the time being, in hopes to carry on her grandfather's legacy. Thancred! A member of the Scions, Thancred grew up in the back streets of Limsa Lominsa, and spent his adolescence snatching purses with a band of petty thieves. One day, he targeted an Elezen man who had come to the maritime city-state to study ether. Unbeknownst to Thancred, that man was Louis-Soir Leveilleur, and just as the boy drew near, the Archons sent him flying to the cobbles. Caught red-handed, Thancred was certain he would be tossed onto one of the city-state's prison hulks. Instead, Louis-Soir offered him an alternative, using his gods-given agility to aid his fellow man. Thus, the Midlander boy returned with the Archon to Sharlayan, and there began to study survival and intelligence-gathering techniques. He became an expert in both, then an Archon, and then a member of the Circle of Knowing. In the years leading up to the Seventh Umbral Calamity, Thancred was dispatched to Uldar on a mission of paramount importance. He would work surreptitiously to undermine the interests of the Garlean Empire, who had begun preparations for a future campaign of conquest in Eorzea. In the course of his duties, he was present at a parade during which a Gobu broke free and rampaged through the city, resulting in the death of a man named Warburton. Though his identity as a double agent for the Empire and Alamegan Resistance were of particular interest, Warburton's true legacy would be Asilia, the daughter he left behind, and for whose welfare Thancred thenceforth felt personally responsible. While Thancred wanted to ensure Asilia's safety and well-being, his responsibilities meant that he could not act as a proper guardian. The songstress's Flamin instead adopted her, though Thancred made a point to bestow upon her a new name. This is cute. Though Thancred made a point to visit when he could, as well as bestow upon her a new name to help her hide from her father's enemies. Thus did she come to be known as Minfilia Ward, and while she grew older over the years, a part of him always saw her as that crying child in the streets, a daughter for whom Thancred should have done more. In the wake of the calamity, fate would see both Thancred and Minfilia join the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. He as a member, and she as their leader. Thancred was instrumental in many of the Scions' victories, but the events that followed the bloody banquet would forever change him. While holding off pursuers with Ishtola during their escape from Uldar, the mage cast a forbidden spell to facilitate a swift escape. There were consequences, however, and his journey through the lifestream saw him lose his ability to properly control ether and magics. Yet what pained him far more was the loss of Minfilia, who had gone missing in the chaos. His grief was further compounded when he learned she had been summoned to Hydaelyn's side to serve as the word of the Mother, a vessel for the deity's will, and one seemingly devoid of Minfilia's. The two were reunited after the Scions' clash with Ardbert and the Warriors of Darkness, where Urianger called upon Hydaelyn to intercede on behalf of the First. Hearing this earnest appeal, the word of the Mother appeared and resolved to journey with the fallen champions unto their world and save it from the flood of light. Though Hydaelyn spoke through her, Thancred realized to his relief that Minfilia was still present, but this joy was tempered by the understanding that they would soon part ways once more. Bitter though it was, Thancred had accepted this outcome, for he knew that Minfilia would make him proud. Thancred was the first of the Scions called to Norvrant by the Crystal Exarch. After his arrival, he learned of how the word of the Mother had sacrificed herself, and of the existence of the Oracle of Light, a girl who had inherited Minfilia's name and soul both. To save her from a life of imprisonment, he breached the jails of Yulmore and took her into hiding. He taught the Oracle how to fight and survive, and continued to care for her well after the other Scions joined him on the first. Though their relationship was complicated, no matter how daunting the foe, the two would stand together, for Thancred believed he had found in the Oracle another chance, another daughter for the one he had lost. And when she found the strength to stand for herself and not be defined by Minfilia's legacy, Thancred would bestow upon her a new name, Rin, his blessing. Now returned to the source, Thancred continues to fight for the future of the star Minfilia loved so much. He often travels with his boon companion, Urianger, who notes that Thancred has developed a habit of gazing at the night sky, a smile on his face as he considers the stars. Though one can only speculate what he is thinking of in those moments, Urianger likes to believe his thoughts are of Rin, and that no matter the distance between them, in his heart they are never far apart. What our beautiful boy. Our beautiful boy. Zodiac. Primal. Like Hydaelyn, Zodiac is one of the eldest and most powerful of primals. To define what exactly he is, one must first define light and darkness, polar opposites whose core components differ from the 6 main elements of which the star is composed. The ancients classified light as that which governs tranquility and stasis. It is a pure white energy bereft of color or movement, and in modern terminology, an element of this nature would be defined as umbral. In contrast, darkness was classified at that which spurs growth. It is an energy of deepest black, a cacophony of life's myriad colors, and contemporary scholars would define elements of this active nature as astral. As such, Zodiac is darkness and activity given form, while Hydaelyn, who would be his undoing, was conceived as the embodiment of peace and light everlasting. In the world unsundered, these concepts lacked any associations with good and evil. Light and darkness were simply fundamental energies that coexisted in all things. Approximately 12,000 years ago, a vast quantity of darkness was required to forestall the coming of the final days. That its dynamic nature might ensure that the celestial currents of Aetheris did not stagnate. So it was that the ancients devised a plan to create a god who would embody darkness itself, and at the order of the Convocation of 14, half of the star's surviving population gave their lives to bring Zodiac into being. Serving as the primal's heart was the emissary Elidibus. Though countless ancients sacrificed their physical ether and tethered their very souls to Zodiac, Elidibus, having judged his duties unfinished, created a reflection of himself to keep vigil over his allies. Zodiac's untold power averted disaster for a time, yet those who survived and had come to worship him sought to perpetuate the cycle of sacrifice. They vowed to reap the new life they had sown in his name, to resurrect those who had rendered up their essence to fuel the primal summoning. Vanar and her followers stood in opposition to Zodiac's faithful. Believing that a new generation should inherit Aetheris, they summoned forth Hydaelyn, a second primal born of collective sacrifice, with Vanar to serve as her heart. And so Hydaelyn brought her tranquil light to bear against Zodiac's relentless darkness in a terrible battle. Hydaelyn narrowly emerged the victor, and with her final strike sundered Zodiac and the star itself into 14 shards. With her enemy fragmented and too weak to resist, Hydaelyn created a moon for each shard, a series of jails in which the divided Zodiac would be sealed for all eternity. So, there's a shard of Zodiac in the moon that Golbez is hanging out in? Am I understanding that correctly? Outraged by the sundering of their world and their god, the Ascians, those who had belonged to the Convocation of 14, resolved to revive Zodiac and restore the broken world to the paradise it once was. For millennia they plotted against Hydaelyn and her followers, orchestrating events to achieve their ultimate goal, until one of their own chose to forsake this solemn charge. The Ascian Fandaniel, upon regaining his memories and understanding his true nature, rejected his role in his brethren's machinations. After learning of Elidibus's defeat on the first, he resolved instead to destroy Zodiac. Using Garlemald as his base of operations, the rogue Ascian orchestrated the summoning of the primal anima, who would siphon ether from across the star and direct it into the Tower of Babel. Utilizing the tower as an etheric cannon, Fandaniel crippled the mechanisms on the moon which kept Zodiac imprisoned, and subsequently traveled there to seize control of the Elder Primal by offering himself as his new heart. Though the Ascian was laid low by the Warrior of Light, Fandaniel revealed in Zodiac's defeat as his ultimate he reveled in the defeat, as his ultimate goal was the return of the final days. In a final act of defiance, Zodiac reached into his chest and shattered his own heart, consigning the Elder Primal to a permanent death. With his demise on the Source, it is presumed that the reflections of Zodiac in other shards were destroyed as well, and the once fettered souls of the ancients are finally free to return to the live stream. They say it is presumed, so I guess we don't actually have a confirmation of that, but an interesting thought nonetheless. We are going to a moon of another reflection, so I guess it is only a matter of time until we find out. What do we got in here? Maximum character display range. How's that? I've just had it on normal this whole time. There was normal, there was extended, there was maximum. So I guess you just start to see enemy names sooner. I mean, it still feels like it takes a while to come up, regardless. How did you fare with the preparations below? This seal we meant to erect, I assume it won't hinder a half-void scent like me from going in the other direction. Y'shtola hath done well to devise a seal in so short a time. 'Tis a testament to her ingenuity in times of need. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiac's brands and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Yet though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there is a chance it will allow lesser void scent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Loporrit's supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Urianger, Omega, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway in Bestway's Burrow and provide any assistance they require. I will join you. As a void scent, my knowledge may be of use. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to reforging the brands. I will send word when we have finished. Pray do the same. Back to bunny rabbit time. He's above. You know what I can do now? That's why we unlock the power of flight. The characters themselves, right. I didn't know if it was like characters in the terms of like the description for text, you know, like text characters. But no, that makes sense. Livingway, I trust thou has been well. What are these things? There you are. Y'shtola has apprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this void scent containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can, and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait there. Despite their bestial appearance, these creatures are highly intelligent. Much like you and yours, they take pleasure in helping others. That's right.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor.
Oh my god.
Fort Voidsent. I am one.
Sleeping.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
Didn't stand a chance, mate.
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrades' enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement... we just might be able to do it in 2.
This I leave to you.
Or just keep looking at each other being like, don't look at me. Loporrit's eyes twinkle with anticipation as they await your buoyant extolation, to which they yearn for you to rally their spirits. Okay. I wonder if these creatures also once existed on the Void's moon, but even if they did, they must all be Voidsent by now. Oh my god. Are we going to go to the moon and fight Voidsent bunnies? Though I fear my laudations will leave them wanting, I shall do mine utmost to rally the Loporrits. Rally! What? Engage, engage! Oh, sorry, I was in the midst of, forgive me, the sight of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep-inducing. I'll try to keep moving. Oh, I can click on the emote on the quest. What a marvelous feeling. There's nothing like wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. Ah. I don't have to type it out. With you cheering me on, I can do naught less than my very best. Oh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. I mean, showing us the proper technique so we can keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency. My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work and leave the deployment of our new and improved Void-Sent slaughterbots to us.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands. Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Ishtola, was it? She's gonna say, Ishtola, you're a good friend. The red side of the moon. The brands are ready, I presume. Excellent. With the Loporrits having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Ishtola post-haste, and praise open our gate unto the void. She's going to shake her hand, indeed. Whoa. Cast has the mount from the new God of War game. God of War La Fey mount. Some manner of cactuar attempted to make mischief, but no one came to harm. How did you fare? This is it. I have duly informed Ishtola of our task's completion. While you all attend to matters in the 13th, I shall remain here and ensure the integrity of gate and seal both. My thanks for seeing to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alistair in the Tower of Babel to channel ether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Urianger and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. That is all. If there are no more questions, let us begin.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. Give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
by the sisters!
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate. A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
I love that being asked to do something quickly means I have to make sure I stop and nod first. I have to be like, you have to see that I'm acknowledging you. The beacons of the moon are lit. What a great place to summon a void gate. It's genius. Don't we just love Ishtola?
Success! The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
Yep, let's test it out. Hold on, let it touch the electric fence.
What an enormous gate! Lord Gomez will be eager to hear of this.
What a voice.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
There he is. Touch the electric fence. Oh my god.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
Ah, dragons in space. Dragons in space.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
I love that Vashan reacted with surprise the second time he was told about the Great Worm, being big enough. When we mention, a hole needing to be big enough for a Great Worm, he's like, huh? When Ishtola already brought it up before. I'm like, yeah, that's right, buddy. You're coming. You're going in. We need your big dragon time to go get Ashdaya. We're back. And there's our red moon.
This is the moon of the 13th.
Thank you for telling us that, Ishtola. I love her so much. She's so funny. She's genuinely hilarious.
It is.
Of course.
Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
I think there was probably some form of blessing given to us in Endwalker in regards to the moon, right? Or is it just the fact that we can just... They're like, whoa, ether, we can breathe that shit. You know what I mean? Look at that as a shot. Ishtola just being so matter of fact sometimes, where she just has to say things as they very obviously are. Where she's like, this is the moon of the 13th. I'm like, yes, very good. Well done. Gold star for you, Ishtola. I see why you excel at school. For a second, I thought we were somewhere else. We were on the moon of the 9th. Shit. Incredible views. Hey, does this moon count as a moon that I can fly on? Of course it doesn't. There's no ether here that I can fly with. There's no currents. There's no mounts. My lance will be ready should any more of Golbez's pawns appear. I love this music. Doom, doom. Personally, I would just assume that in regards to breathing on the moon, we read that the moons were a creation of Hydaelyn to house Zodiac, so she would probably just, with the creation of the moon, they would have their own little moon-type atmosphere, in a sense. The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps. No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. Have I heard of the cosmic exploration quests? I don't think so. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sound of your comrades, there is nothing. So far, you have failed to find any clues to Azdaya's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed. Feels like, given the way that the moon is like put together, which is pretty much exactly the same as our one, with this giant crater in the middle, this is what would have housed a shard of Zodiac, I guess. These look like the same, and like these are a similar like wards or whatever around the side. So I wonder if that means that either Zodiac disappeared, then this guy was like, cool, I'll make this my little base of operations, or they're like linked in some way. That'd be really cool.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on Owl Moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
What a great little thought there. So, there you go. They're hinting that there is still a remnant.
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee.
Oh my god, do not recklessly go in there on your own, though.
Climb on, my friends. Hastaya is here, within this chasm.
Down we go. Yes, I seek an audience with the resident of this establishment.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not?
Yep, kept it in my bag. Cool.
Cool on. Oh, walk home, Urta.
Li Tao Ankin sis, dies ishom in fesk. Nuan ik hes in an, ka an, fesk wes an ul in.
Seth es lis, na fesk on, ner no rel ak stra idran. Esk So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Kis arn in.
Es fi ut in. Ein an in.
Sis esk dir antar. For war meradarn I an. Les I kol an. Zdis sorn I rum. Snar tiamat an. Kai ros an. Kei ul kei darn morn. Dis an. Kai an. Nal stra an.
Nar tal kin in eis. Athan endran. Esk tai an. Al kol es in. Hes ud lar an. Esk les ud an. Ses razat han lu an. Snoson an hai es in an.
Ta hes an elgon osk in. Ses kidir in an. Kasta an. Sta in es katao. Tai an. Es an stra in sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern I mished in ud. Kis targo. Asrer dis tar. Sma osk in sisman.
Read him for filth.
So, what can you tell us?
Asis tar no kon in. Do es I mesh I go sorn. Ka som mo. Skom lesa an. Som du orta sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Well, where is he? He's not at home right now. I guess he's waiting at this spot, maybe? I was like, he's gonna come home anytime now. I gotta say, like, you really see how difficult the dragon language is to speak, right? Like, the male dragon voice actor, I thought that there was more voice modulation on the actual effect to make it a little more, like, beastly, but it didn't really have that effect on Asdaya's voice for her voice actor. And it just, like, it felt more like there was, like, more pauses between the words of, like, you're on the script being like, what the fuck is this language? You're like, no, no. And it made me appreciate the male dragon dude, because I was like, okay, I thought there was more, like, voice modulation at work here, but he just be fucking saying this shit like he's fluent. That is not easy words to say. Very cool. Abyssal Dark. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area if you could see to the south. The fact that he tries like, hey, why aren't you testing your chains? What, are you scared? And he's like, just her straight up being like, and who are you, Nidhogg? Very close. So good. Ew. I've only performed a cursory search, but I doubt there is anything of note further west. Perhaps you could try looking southeast. So on Zodiac's model, you could see missing pieces of himself like arms and tentacles. So it seems he was like literally torn apart and spread out. That's cool. Ah, this looks like a gravestone. This is not a natural rock placement.
A memoria. But whose?
Ooh, it's echo time. It is the two of them. It's these two from Zero's memory.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
In death may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now, we are all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that, had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
So this Durante has the voice of Golbez.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Who is that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriates taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
Closely related.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Now you look too suspicious, actually.
When we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memoriats remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
To Baron. My assumption was the armor guy that was off screen that we haven't been able to see was going to end up being Golbez, but this dude has his voice.
The past, did you?
Yeah, you're friends, mate.
What? I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquilo.
Whoa! How could we have not been able to tell?
I know you.
By those giant armored pants.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions. Correct.
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity. long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
Oh, man.
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Archer! Smash!
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey!
Far out.
Kill him.
Damn you!
Keep our guests occupied.
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
Oh, the elevated platform. Oh my god, bro. What a fucking scene. What the fuck? The cube.
Come, face me.
Rest assured, I need no invitation. Dude, what a shot. Summoning my friends.
Accursed light. You, who have ever basked in its Its warmth could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
So huge, dude. How'd you grow that big, man? The Voidcast Dice. Wow. I assume that Durante is this guy in the armor. And because Durante has the same voice, they've obscured the voice of our armored guy in the flashback before revealing it's the same armor. Shock. Who does those big armored pants belong to? Ah, the big armored guy. Cool. So maybe maybe he even takes up his name. And Durante becomes Golbez, and his friend is the one that's in the crystal. Something happens to him. We just have to appeal to his humanity, whatever's left of it, of course, right? 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 Alright. The Voidcast Dice. Having opened a void gate of enormous proportions in Mare Lamentorum, you successfully cross over to the moon of the 13th, beneath whose sanguine surface you find the imprisoned Asdaya. Alas, just when it seems the Great Worm's liberation is in sight, you are forced to watch as she is twisted into a being of darkness by her captor Golbez. So it is that you sally forth into the black-clad villain's conjured stage, there to end his unholy crusade and free Asdaya from her torment. Didn't expect the fight with him yet, to be honest, because I was like, maybe that'll be a 6.5 thing, because they've been building it up like the whole entire time. But no. Which means it'll be very exciting to see what comes after for 6.5, if this is truly when we beat him. But very, very cool. This is what we have been preparing for this whole time. Hey Ben, my dude. Thanks for joining, dude. I've been okay. Very, very busy. Very, very tired. A lot going on, but I'm trying my best, man. As you can tell, my voice is a bit stressed at the moment too, but fuck it, we ball. The voice doesn't have time to rest when you're killing dark gods and foiling dark plots. Yeah, that is true. Point 3 wasn't like an ending to the story. It was like just keeping on going, which makes sense considering what we've said about the main story of Endwalker being and the perfect ending. We're fighting him with his giant sword and Shadow Dragon. Knight in Black, Golbez.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
They're flexing. They're flexing so many wallpaper-worthy shots, man. Unreal. Look at this guy. Okay. Minimum item level. Golbez.
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your
Terror Storm. So we're fighting, it's not like two separate health bars. It's just like a shared health bar, or maybe Shadow Dragon will appear.
free us from the wheel.
Maybe it'll just take turns.
suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge! Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow.
As Dire's shadow. Okay.
So dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation.
Oh my god. He's okay.
You shall know true terror.
Just turned her into the sword. Wow.
Dragon, hear me and obey.
Gonna do it again?
Crush them.
Shadow Crescent. Oh, okay. It's a frontwards attack and then a circular one.
Bathe them in black flame.
Oh no, what's happening? Oh no, is it the 1, 2, 3 thing?
Meteors will extinguish your light.
I live.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Gale Sphere. Oh. Yep. Yep. All right.
Look to the heavens for your doom. You wretch.
Void Meteor. I'm dead. Don't know how I was supposed to survive that.
Shadow.
Unless I did Living Dead, but...
Let lightning surge. A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Okay, so I think it's in order of how they spawn. Nope.
Be gone.
We almost have level 3 limit break to revive everybody.
Look to the heavens for your doom. Where my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Maybe save the limit break.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Because we had both healers up, I was like, maybe we could just save the limit break and slowly res people. And then we all get wiped after.
If you would oppose
again,
then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb.
Cast says this is one of those trials, aka he's like, I have a headache, I can't do this trial, sorry, I gotta go. My head. What he didn't tell us was the headache was because of the trial.
Where my rime-kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge! Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation. Shall know true terror. Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them! Bathe them in black flame! My meteors will extinguish your light! To rend you asunder.
For your doom! You wretch! My servant of shadow! Let lightning surge! A raging gale to rend you asunder.
You get caught by the Crimson Blade.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Where my Rhine-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb. Crush them. Render unto me your all! My meteors will extinguish your light! Forth, my servant of shadow! Let lightning surge!
I don't need that right now.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Where my Rhine-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb. Crush them. Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
DPS limit break.
Come forth, my servant of shadow.
Very nice. We win.
My power. Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
Yeah, get back to being small. Get back to being so tiny. And then we'll have a conversation. We'll say, you are beaten. Now tell me, hey, what's that? What's your whole game plan? And he says, once upon a time, something really sad actually happened to me. And that's why I do what I do. One of the best voices in the game for sure.
Are you all right?
Man knows how to hold a pose.
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee. Let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast, Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
Fuck. The ether is still lingering. Zodiac, or a shard of it reborn through Asdaya, is fucking brutal.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
Hey, wrong name, pal. We already got a name for this one.
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria.
I respect the hustle of that confidence, my darling. Ooh. Oh. That was,
It's too strong.
That was the one we picked up just before.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiac's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
I hope so. I hope so. Because otherwise that's so brutal. Zeromus. Wow. Oh my god, dude, it's just like, imagine like this guy, 1,000 years of, you know, losing his sister, and he's kind of made peace with that, the fact that she's gone because of what happened, and, you know, we end up getting to a point of instilling actual genuine hope within Vashan, and then getting to this point just for Asdaya to be freed and turned into a void scent, and then used as like fodder for like to become Zodiac's void scent, born from the void where nothing dies. That is actually brutal. I hope that there is something that we could do to save Asdaya. Otherwise, this might be one of the most fucking awful, like awfully tragic storylines with a character. The plot armor for our characters is too much that it bounces off and hits brand new characters immediately. Oh my god. God save me from Gen Z. Thanks so much for tuning in, by the way, and for the $1 super chat. And I hope you're enjoying the second Legacy of Kain playthrough binge. Sorry, I just don't talk during cutscenes, so I hope you're still around. I gotta wait till cutscenes are over before I start yapping in chat. That is, oh my god, I'm sorry, my boy. Yeah, you just nothing to say. Fair enough. Curse you, Golbez. What a good trial, though. What a good trial. Are we all unharmed? Well, physically? Yeah, maybe. Emotionally? God no. What a silly question. We made it back safely, at least. Zeromus. Ah, there it is. The Dark Throne, the final quest of the patch. So, it is as I thought. He has not been defeated. Not yet. Not in 6.4. Come back next time. He's laughing about it. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated as Dire's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with a newborn void-sent hell's bent on breaching the rift. And one with such prodigious strength, Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there is even a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contra Memoria, save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen. But regardless, we need to regroup. Aye, though loath I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a void-sent of Zeromus' might. Vitra not least of all in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radzat Han and take stock of the situation. Very well. Omega, might I trouble you to head to Bestway's Burrow and apprise Urianger of the situation? The rest of us shall tend Vitra's wounds before returning to Radzat Han. Pray join us there anon. Okay. Dire though these circumstances may seem, Vitra must keep the faith. For despite Golbez's claim, there is still a water fight, a war we must win. So, almost done with the final quest of the patch. We'll go speak with Urianger and see how this closes out. No worries, Ragnar. Thanks so much for holding out until the trial part of the patch. Ah, Omega, thou art returned. I am pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission to the Void? Kind of fucked. Heavens forfend that as Dire should be used to birth a dread void-sent, born of Zodiac's residual ether. Although we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy. The Void-sent containment seal. As we employed the selfsame brands that once imprisoned Zodiac in its creation, the seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet for how long, none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. This is going to be a depressing conversation. Hey guys, how we doing? Haha.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain. Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a Voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
Hope yet remains.
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Azdaja. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a Voidsent could be born of Zodiark's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say?
Yeah, he said, oh man, it's so fucking boring over here. What about you?
I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Azdaja's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
Oh. Oh? Hold? The first?
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
They're gonna undress together and do push-ups.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Oh no. They're going to derobe and train. It's over. And that's our hook for 6.5. Ishtola learning about crossed rift travel and opening gates. Ishtola's gonna go crazy and go, okay, well shit. There's this natural pull to the source. So what if we do some sort of thing where now we're thinking with portals, guys. We open up one portal to the first, one portal to the 13th, and we go shoot a whole bunch of light in there. And then we can turn Zeromus into a little crystal so that he won't return. Asdaya is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again, this I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Omega, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. That's my strong great worm right there. He will still persist with all of his being. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
There it is.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
What a great shot. So I think what's happened, because that crystal fell into the darkness, which means that soul got consumed by Zeromus as well, that if we defeat Zeromus and Asdaya's soul is freed to, become, to become their own person again, so could Crystal. So could this dearly departed friend of his. It's a nice little moment that you see the crystal disappear and you go, okay, all right, we'll circle back to that one. And we will be circling back to that one. Not next stream. Maybe not the stream after that, but the stream after that. Because we will be doing the finale to the raid. No, I've already finished the raid. Yes? What are we doing next time? I finished Pandemonium, right? I'm not crazy. I finished Pandemonium. I finished Abyssos. No, I haven't. Oh, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. I'm like, we've done that. No, we're all good. Next stream, it is Pandemonium Part 3. I'm like, did we finish that? No, of course not. So that's what we're doing next time. We're still there. Yeah. That is the third tier of the normal raid. Oh I'm like, yeah, we did that. I'll just pretend that we did it, and then we won't do it. Yes, the third phase of the normal raids, and then after that, we will have the Alliance raid as well, I believe. Should we finish the Alliance raid before 6.5? Or do it after? I'm just feeling like the story completion for 6.5 would make sense to be the last thing that we do leading into Dawn Trail. So what we could do is we'll do 6.4 raids, then we do the final Alliance raid, and then after we finish the Alliance raid stuff in that stream, we can do the role quests before 6.5, and then finish up with a 6.5 stream. And then Dawn Trail, potentially. I reckon we could do it that way, because that'd be fun, I think. So 2 raid streams in a row, and then close it out with 6.5. But that, after 6 hours, is patch 6.4. So thank you so very much for joining me today, everybody. I appreciated those of you watching along and joining me for today's content. I had a very good time. So we're going to aim to, do the raids over the next couple of streams. And then, yeah, there's 0.5, and then there's always a 0.55 as well. So if I do those in one stream, that'll just be a matter of figuring it out. We'll see how we go for time if I decide to go all the way with that. But I appreciated everyone for joining. Eric's N as well, just joining me, catching me right at the very end. Thanks for dropping on by. But I've had a good time. I gotta go have lunch. I'm starving. And maybe rest this voice of mine a little bit. But I'm very excited to... where we're at right now is super cool, because we are at a finale of the normal raid, finale of the Alliance raid, and a finale of the patch storyline leading into the next expansion. So that's why it's been so cool for this to be the first expansion that we're doing where we're playing it, in patch order for the most part. It's been very cool. Like I said, we'll do that for Dawn Trail as well. And hopefully we are ready for Evercold. I think it's entirely possible that we are up to date by the time that expansion releases. That is the goal, that I will be up to date with all of you, and then we will be able to go through the content together. That would be so exciting. But that's it from me today. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your night. And I will see you next time.